been 17 reported murders so far in this latest outbreak of monstrous killings. It would appear to be the work of a single, highly psychotic perpetrator. The name of the latest victim was just released. A Professor Werner von Croy. A female, described as Caucasian, brunette, and wearing a ponytail, was seen leaving the most recent crime scene. Officers are advised to use extreme caution when apprehending the suspect. At present, nothing appears to link any of the individuals involved. There are no known survivors of these attacks so far.
Hello and welcome to another stream of Tomb Raider the Angel of Darkness, to continue and maybe complete in this stream the annual 2024 run of Tomb Raider the Angel of Darkness. Hey there Sona, thank you for the welcome back. Welcome back to another stream to you as well. If I do finish the game in this stream, then Wednesday's stream will be Tomb Raider Anniversary, but if I don't finish it in today's stream, I'll have to do another stream and then start Anniversary on Wednesday. But we'll see how we do.
Don't breathe, and definitely don't move.
You are in big trouble, whoever you are. Intruders don't last long in Strahov.
Just answer my questions. Fine. First question, who are you? Second question, what are you and your buddies up to in here?
You really don't know what the Cabal is. We are the beginning of a new order of life on Earth.
Well, I've never heard of you.
Ignorant mortal. The Cabal! We control everything here in Prague. It means that we are going to be immortal. And you are going to be dead, intruder.
Immortal? That is impressive. How are you going to manage that?
Meister Eckhart is about to return the Nephilim race to glory. For our part in that triumph, he will grant us immortality.
If I had a coconut for every time some lunatic said something like that.
Your pathetic ignorance blinds you. We already have the last vital element from Turkey here in Strahov.
And that is?
The only true remaining Nephilim. The Cubiculum Nephilae, the Sleeper. That's right. The last of the extinct race here in the Strahov.
Surely the Nephilim are just a myth.
You see, ignorance. With vital essences extracted from this precious specimen, Meister Eckhart can breed the next generation of pure Nephilim. No more abomination to run amok like Boaz's proto-Nephilim. She deserved to pay for her stupidity.
Yes. Highly inconvenient having abominations running around loose, isn't it?
You have no idea what you are mocking.
Hello Avi, welcome back again. You just finished the main story of your Ghost of Tsushima replay, and now it's time for you to get the remaining trophies. You have 12 left, which is more than you thought you would. Oh, well, GG's on finishing the main story again, as well. How was it another time through? And did you make a different choice at the end than what you did before? That's good that you've only got 12 left. Hopefully they're not like months worth of work trophies left. Hey Biko, thanks for the welcome back. Welcome back to you as well. Glad that you're back. Good timing, absolutely. Lara got thwarted there by the poison perfume. Ignorant mortal, the Cabal! I've always laughed at how he says that. This time you committed one last honourable act. Last time you fully embraced the ghost. Oh, cool. Yeah, I think from memory I committed one last honourable act. But then in my next playthrough I'm going to choose the other one. Hey Lidus, welcome back, dude. Don't do that, man. You thought today was a one-stream thing, no breaks. You forgot. Joke's on you. Oh, that's all good, dude. That's no worries. That's okay, Ave. Thank you for leaving the lurk. Lidus, you're excited to see you in chat. You don't think you're the only one, but thank you for your streams. It's always a joy to watch and hang out, obviously. Well, that's no worries at all, Lidus. It's always good to see you in chat when you can be and stuff. You know, it's good to see you, and I'm glad that you're excited as well. Yeah, it's funny with different time zones too, with Tuesdays because of being a split stream and bleeding into Mondays and stuff. But yeah, thank you so much for joining another stream as well. But never feel like, it's bad if you forget that I do a different stream on Tuesday and stuff. I don't keep notes on viewers. Be like, right, so Lidus didn't know that I didn't actually do the split stream today. That's one mark. Oh, this other person, they 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 turned up to too many streams. We can't have that. No. It's crazy. It can be for sure, And that's why, like, when I finished the stream, I decided a while back to say things like, if you see me streaming this game, because I know sometimes it'll be like the final day during the week for one game, and because I'm further ahead in time zones than other people, by the time I'm back to do the next game on the next day, it's still the previous day for the other people, and so I got into a habit of just making that sort of like announcement at the end of each stream, just so that if someone's like, hang on, but it's Thursday, but he's not doing Tomb Raider, why is he doing Watch Dogs? Oh, it's because that's right, he said if you see him streaming Watch Dogs, then you know it's Friday, and all that kind of stuff. No worries, brother. Yep, you're like, what happened? And you're like, I finished the game. I'm like, damn it, gotta watch the VOD on YouTube. Yeah, that's the thing too. Like that can happen for me as well with streamers where I'm like, oh man, I missed seeing them do that part of the game and stuff, and it's just like, oh well, just go to their VOD if they've still got it on their Twitch, or go to their YouTube. I like how I've glitched this creature to be just running on the spot. That's a good one, Lidus. It looks like it's doing Moonwalk or the Harlem Shake. It really does. And it's levitating while doing it too. Lotus levitating, meditating next to the Z exhibit. You're about to yell, bitch, how did you die? It was just a scare moment. That's true. I was trying to lower Lara down because I forgot that there was water there. And the game wouldn't let me lower her down, so I was like, okay, just walk off the edge, I guess. Take whatever damage. But it's like, oh, of course, the water's there. Hey there, James. Thank you for the welcome back. Welcome back to you as well, dude. James, you had a mental tiring conversation with another streamer who said that companies need to run ads to make money. That is the most stupid shit thing you heard in your life. Like, there is so much shit you can do with your time instead of running ads and making money. It's hilarious. When you said it, you got banned after like 7 minutes. Having an awesome day. Major days. Oh, that's okay for the amount of text in your comment, James. That's no worries at all, dude. I don't mind long messages. But yeah, that really does, like, the thing about being a Twitch streamer is that with so many different things that they keep adding, like, you can change whether you have only pre-roll ads or whether you have ads in the middle of a stream and, all that kind of stuff. And being able to change the frequency of how often ads happen. And, some people go overboard where it's like every 3 minutes. It's like, hey, every 3 minutes you got to actually sit through an ad and all that kind of stuff. I see we're getting some bot spam. Any other bots want to get fucked? Yeah, here we go. I swear that there's actually someone watching the stream who is activating these. It feels like it sometimes. Like there's another Twitch channel live at the moment going into people's streams and then broadcasting their broadcast so that all the people who are in their stream can see the streamer streaming, and then they just send the bots in. Maybe they won't like to do that when they have bad luck for the next 10 years of their life and everything they try to do. Lotus, maybe when they said that, they were sponsored by Pepsi Man. Hey there, Afro. Welcome. Not as yet. No, I still have a bit to do for Assassin's Creed 2. I think I might be finishing it this weekend, though. Lotus, man, I wish you'd let me ban those fuck you bots while they're multiplying like bunnies. Don't ban me. I'm a human. Sorry about that. I thought you were one of them. What's going on in this town? Haven't got a clue. What's going on in this town? I haven't got a clue, darling. Yeah, Lotus, Leon meeting Kendo. The entire city was infested with zombies. James, yeah, you don't mind being banned. It shows how money grabbing they are, so you don't mind being banned by people not worth showing. Yeah, I mean, this is true as well. And the thing is, like, if you're going to be running like a whole lot of ads constantly, then you're going to get people who will call them out on it and stuff, so there's no need to ban people over something that is naturally going to happen, that they should know is going to happen. You know what I mean? It's the equivalent of getting into a bull ring and just basically bending over in front of the bull and just shaking your butt. Lotus, what the fuck? Who let the bots out? Who? James, yeah, it seems that way. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. Definitely wouldn't be surprised. Hey there, Lizzie. It was you, joking, don't ban you. It was you. Welcome on in, Lizzie. How's things going? The game's not frozen, by the way. Although it is actually, that's funny. Sometimes when I click off the game, it freezes, but sometimes it just keeps going, but the music stops. If there is music. There's no music at this point, but... James, you're human too. Please don't ban. Why did you get me in my shenanigans? Absolutely do. Definitely do. Afro, you're doing 100%, yeah? You started playing AC2 too. Not looking forward to the 100 feathers. Yeah, I've got about 61 feathers collected in my current playthrough, but I've been using a guide just to make the process quicker and all that, because, yeah, I've done it a couple of times without using a guide, and it just adds extra hours on top. James, nah, the game shows Lara shaking her ass to some music we don't hear, some you're enjoying it. Then you have the sound of the water. James, Lara shaking ass approved. You gonna eat your food? So beware some chewing. Got pork burrito with fries. Oh, that sounds really good, James. I hope that you enjoy that food. Lizzie, you're doing well. How's everything going with me? Oh, that's great, Lizzie. I'm glad to hear that you're doing well today. That's awesome. As for me, things are going well. Making some good progress in this game, too. I don't know if I'll finish it in this stream, but I'm aiming to. And then tomorrow I can start the next Tomb Raider game in the series. Or, rather, the next one I'm doing. Because the next game that came out in the main entries after this one was Tomb Raider Legend, which was the first reboot, and they'd made some changes with Lara's backstory. But then, in 2007, they decided to do a remake of Tomb Raider 1. So they decided, well, if we're going to remake Tomb Raider 1, we need to make sure it matches what we've done in Tomb Raider Legend. So we need to make sure that we're making things line up to how we did it in Legend. So even though Anniversary is a remake of Tomb Raider 1, it's actually set before Tomb Raider Legend. In terms of like the main game, like there's a flashback sequence at the start of Legend that takes place way before the events of Anniversary, and then it switches to present day for that game's story. But in terms of like the main story that you're playing through, Tomb Raider Legend comes after the events of Tomb Raider Anniversary. So I do that in that order, Anniversary then Legend, instead of doing them in release order, which is Legend and then Anniversary. James, you've never seen this game, to be honest. Looks good. Lara's cute, and you already missed the ponytail Lara in shorts. Yeah, this is actually the first part of the game, in this game, where she actually has the classic combination. They really vamped her look for this game, and I like the style that they went with. It was also inspired by the first movie as well, because when they were doing the costume design for the first Tomb Raider movie, Angelina Jolie actually had some say on the design of the costume, and so they kept the same combination of top and shorts and stuff, but it was more like an all black color scheme with that, and there was like she had a belt buckle with like a skull on it and stuff, and some of what they did for that movie influenced the games afterwards. And this game came out after the first movie, but at the same time of the second movie that they did. James, you liked the Angelina Lara. The movie was kind of good too. Yeah, it was so funny. Like when it first came out, I went absolutely crazy for the movie. I saw it quite a few times at the movies, and I think when it came out, I was about probably... Will Lara make that? No, of course not. Yeah, it would have been around 17 and a half, something like that, I think, when the movie came out. And yeah, I saw it quite a few times, and even went home directly from school one time. Didn't even get changed, didn't go home and drop my bag off or anything like that, just went straight from school to the movies and watched it again. James, you recently watched the movie Mr. and Mrs. Smith with Angelina and Brad. Was quite a few good laughs. Oh, that movie, yeah. Yeah, I haven't seen that one for a very, very long time. Did I not save... Oh my god, Rod. I didn't. I didn't fucking save after doing all that stuff before. I'll tell you what. Sometimes I just need to save every 5 seconds in these games. Dr. Darling, rip save file. Yeah. Here we go again. Again. James, yeah, you loved the first scene where she was strategically preparing for the assassinations and then Brad just came out buggy with a rocket launcher. Yeah, he's just like, you can take the stealth approach, but I'll take the just go in guns blazing approach. Just destroy everything. Yeah, James, I think she found out that her family had a history of breast cancer, and she decided to have a double vasectomy, sorry. Yeah, I think, James, that was the movie that had Johnny Depp in it, I think. Oh, no, 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 sorry, that was Salt. Now I remember. Yeah, that was actually a movie originally with Tom Cruise attached when the character was a male, and then that fell through, and then Angelina Jolie was cast. I didn't mind it. I thought it was pretty good. It was directed by an Australian director, actually. Philip Noyce, I think was his name. He also directed The Bone Collector with her and Denzel Washington in it. Yeah, she was married to some botanist or something, and she was a spy. Yeah. Actually, there was three. I have the Blu-ray. There's three different versions of the movie in terms of like what happens and like scenes and stuff as well. Hello there, Anmita. Hello again. Welcome to another stream, dude. How's things going? Hey there, Zomb. It's going good, thank you. How about yourself? I like that. The correct one is the one that's been crossed out, because in terms of like story reasons, they don't want the correct mixture to get the poison to the plant. So they thought that keeping the image up there but putting an X on it and hiding this cabinet behind it would prevent anyone from figuring out that the way to get rid of the plant is to look at the one that's got the X on it and then follow that and not the other ones. Going well, Enmita, playing some Witcher 3? Oh, very nice. That's awesome, dude. Glad to hear that you're going well. And what part are you up to in Witcher 3? As for me, I'm doing really good. Had a good break. Looking to finish this game in this stream, but if I don't, I can use tomorrow as well. But we'll just see how we go. Zombie just waking up. It's a little after 7:45 here. Oh, that's definitely understandable, yeah. Well, I hope that you had a good rest. James, the movie Wanted was pretty cool too. Got her there with a nice butt shot too, which was nice. But don't know any of her recent movies, to be honest. Not sure if she cast in anything. Yeah, like I don't know if there's anything like coming out within the next few years or something that she's in. But wasn't like, because I haven't seen all the movies, but wasn't there like Maleficent or something? Was one of the movies that she did? But I think that was years ago now. Cheers, Enmita. You're in Skellige, clearing the map of the question marks. Ah, yes, Skellige. It's a really cool looking place, that one, in Witcher 3. James, this area has heavy Prince of Persia Warrior Within vibes. That's a really cool game, that one. I need to fit a playthrough of that in as well, because it's celebrating its 20th anniversary. In Meta, yeah, even though it has so many question marks, the music and the ambience makes it easier. It's definitely good to have something that can make the process not as tedious feeling. That's why I like when grinding in games to do stuff off stream, so I can just basically listen to music and all that kind of stuff to help keep the monotonous of the activity in the game from getting annoying or becoming fully aware of it to the point of feeling how slow the process might be. James, yeah, your favorite Prince of Persia game, and you have some cute waifus in it, so it makes it better. That definitely was an interesting sequel, especially the direction they took the actual character in and the changes that they made too. the actor that they got for that version of the Prince, well, the actor they got for the sequel, I should say, to Sands of Time was Robin Atkin Downes, and he's actually gone on to be in the Uncharted series as well as even Tomb Raider. In Tomb Raider 2013, he plays the character of Roth, and he plays one of the villains in Uncharted 3, I think. But I can't remember the character's name. He wears a suit, and he likes to poison people and make them and control them. I can't remember. Talbot, I think it might be.
This ledge looks too far. I don't think I'll make it yet. My strength has increased. Maybe now I can make it across that.
Oh yeah, James, that's definitely no worries at all. I hope that. Oh no, you'll be back. That's all right. I'll see you when you get back, James. Like this game stair walking is really making you appreciate Lara's booty. Quite a few hours into this, put in this animation. Zom, you're gonna guess not and repost the gist of it. Oh, a message didn't go through. Did it come up, Zom, saying that this message could not be sent? Because I've had that happen too as well. The other day you saw the mission in AC Mirage involving Bassam teaching a kid named Hytham how to do a leap of faith, and you were wondering if that kid became Bassam's apprentice from Valhalla. Absolutely, Zomb. Yeah, it's the same character. I thought that was kind of cool. And me too, yeah, when you're collecting everything in Valhalla, it felt like it took ages. You're looking at the map and you're like, oh man, what did I do to myself? What have I started that I have to finish this? Have to put more hours and weeks into it. Lidus, my strength has increased. Maybe now I can punch Cabal. It's so funny, Lidus, because the dude that Lara saw at the start of this kind of message was like, ignorant mortal, the Cabal. The way he says is just so damn funny. Lidus, now this message cannot be sent. Didn't come up. Wonder what happened. I don't know what's going on with that, Zom, because it's happened to me in other people's streams. It's happened to some other people as well. There's just some weird glitch on Twitch where comments that, you know, like it's not auto mod flagging them. So I don't know what's going on. Yeah, it's funny when you say it like that, Zom, because it's like a rhyme. A glitch on Twitch. Better switch.
There's chaos out there. Why has the power been cut off?
Is this your doing, Miller?
No, the power's down everywhere.
Just control things in the dome, then. Do it. Is everything locked down? You don't want anything getting loose.
It's under control, Master Eckhart.
We have a problem down in the sanatorium.
What problem, Boaz? Just have the guards deal with your inmates and pets.
I have a confession, Master Eckhart. I didn't destroy the Proto-Nephilim.
The Proto. You are kidding. Right, Boaz? I need to supervise this personally.
That experiment was to be eradicated. I expressly ordered it. It's far too dangerous to keep alive.
I couldn't. It's half Nephilim. That makes it impossible to kill without your bariac shard.
You ignored my orders for the last time, Boaz. Mullah, I need the services of one of your little creations.
Ah, please, no! It wasn't my fault! I'm loyal!
Your own incompetence has sentenced you, Boaz.
Give me a chance! Not the pot!
I will be obeyed. Now sort this mess out.
Zom, as the saying goes, I'm a poet and didn't even know it. But once I know it, I blew it. Once again, we have to go through it. Hey there, Bio. Welcome on in. Yeah, what a good thing to come into a stream in a game to see. It's the first thing. Seeing an enemy being thrown in like this plant and being eaten. Good morning to you. How's things going? Biko, ouch, that thing is going to have a lot of indigestion. Be right back. Need to chat to you, David. Wish you luck. Oh, yeah, that's no worries at all, Biko. No problemo. And yeah, you're right there. A lot of indigestion after eating Boaz. Nice one, Zom. In Soviet Russia, plants eat you. That was too easy not to fool. That's right. It was from Family Guy. I was trying to remember which sitcom that was from.
You really have made a mess of things, haven't you?
Who for? The stalker who stole my painting? What do you need with a painting?
Maybe I'll explain later, Ms. Croft. But for now, I need to go and turn the power back on.
Leaving me here?
You've caused enough problems over the last 2 days. Safer for everyone if you stay in one place for a while. You'll be okay in there.
And this?
My Periapt shard. You...
Picked it up in the Louvre, yes. After you stole my painting.
All this can wait. I know where you'll be. Take a breather from damaging things, why don't you?
And here we reach the point in the game where every player of the Tomb Raider games up until this game were like, man, we hate the fact that in the previous games we can't play as someone other than Lara Croft. I hope there's a game that lets us do this. And Angel of Darkness is like, here, play as this guy for a few levels. And I'm like, facepalm. There's a reason why people want to play a Tomb Raider game. To play as Lara Croft. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of this character of Curtis, so I'm glad that things didn't move forward with him in the series. But now we have to play as him. Goody. Zom, why'd Lara scream when jumping in the water? Isn't she usually quiet about it due to the cliche that she'll obviously survive a jump from any height as long as there's water below? Not too sure, actually, to be honest. The thing about classic Lara is, like, seemingly, she's a character that, you know, nothing goes wrong for her. She always succeeds at stuff. But if you actually look at a lot of the stuff that happens, there is that element of how capable she is at stuff, and she's very capable of holding her own and all that kind of thing. She's not perfect, however, which is okay. There's several moments throughout the series where the villains actually get the upper hand over her. Like in Tomb Raider 3, Willard, the Doctor, he actually throws something at Lara and basically knocks her over and then runs off and escapes. You know, things like that. Tony in Tomb Raider 3 moves the rocks and make them, you know, fall, and she sort of like falls and dives at, you know, dodges them and all this kind of stuff. So there are moments in the series where there's very, like, human-like things. So I imagine with the Scream, and it's in the older games as well, before this one too. Ironically, this is one of the older games as well, but the ones before it, that kind of thing happened too. And I think in some ways it's just another way for them to humanize the character by having her, you know, yell like that when going from like a really extreme fall as well. Hoopulada, yeah, it's just like I don't mind in some franchises where you have a game that you don't play as the one character for every single part of the game. Like, I don't mind that in general, but in particular with this character is the way that they wrote him is very annoying, because they wanted to make him seem like this mysterious character, and that's okay. But if you want your character to be mysterious and reveal later that they're actually on the side of good, they're actually someone that will be an ally to Lara later, you don't have that scene where he frisks her really slowly and moves his hand down her arms and across her crotch and then gets the guns out of her things, and then takes the object, all that kind of stuff. That's what you would do for a villain who then gets his nuts shot off later, But with this character, they were like, how about we have him be like that, and then later have the player play as him, and also make it that he's an ally. It's like, there's so many different ways they could have done what they wanted to do without doing that thing first as well. And so you got that, but then, there's no point in playing as him because all his stuff could have just been kept from the player. We didn't need to know. Lara gets locked in there, and then, fade to black, then go back to gameplay and put hours later or something, and then Lara just is able to get out because Curtis opens up the thing for her. Things like that. They could have just skipped all that entirely as well. James, welcome back. You need to feed your turtle. Oh, hell yeah, that's cool. Well, I hope that went well. Welcome back. And welcome back to you as well, Ave. Welcome back to you too. So now we're up to this part of the game. I love it. Absolutely love it. It's so much fun. Oh no! Oh! Oh no! What happened? What happened? Oh no! What's happening? What's going on? Why is this awesome character dying like this for? Oh, sorry, my finger slipped. Oh, whoops. I've forgotten how to control the character all of a sudden. Oh, shit, whoops. I'm sorry, chat, but I'm just having a bad time with this character, unfortunately. I've forgotten how to control the main character. Oh, wait, he's not the main character. He's a character that should... Well, spoiler alert, he does actually die in the story. Amita, clearly your favorite part of the game. Oh, absolutely, Amita. Welcome back to you as well, Drake. James, yeah, all good. Just we'll need to buy her more salad tomorrow, probably. Oh, that's right, yeah. Because I was trying to remember, because I've seen turtles being fed before, and it's salad stuff. That's cool. Drake, 28 hours left before the big day. The longest dip. That's true, Drake. You'll be able to finally play the deluxe remaster of Dead Rising soon. Lizzie finger slipped there. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. A skill issue. Ezio wouldn't fail, unless it is redeemed. This is so true. And we get a rest in peace, Curtis, without even having to redeem it. Zombie, know it's a hot take, but you feel like the 2018 was it movie version of Lara is an upgrade from Classic, which grantedly Classic is blocky and it'd take too much to do more than that for making a character, but still movie version is brave and has the training to help her get out of tricky situations, but she's not invincible and doesn't believe herself to be. She has physical and even soft target based vulnerabilities. Yeah, that's all part of their adaptation of the 2013 game as well, with that 2018 movie. And the thing about Classic Lara, though, is that in her backstory, she actually went through a near-death experience when a plane that she was on actually crashed in the Himalayas, and she had to learn to survive on her own. And part of that is why she went on to want to be going into dangerous situations, because she found she got an adrenaline rush from that kind of stuff. So Classic Lara is really an adrenaline junkie who wants that adrenaline So she likes to, you know, do death-defying stunts and all that kind of stuff as well. And what she goes through in that experience is what helps her become who she becomes as well. And that. But that's fair enough to enjoy that version instead of the classic version. That's definitely understandable. But I like both versions, so I'm biased both ways. Is it okay? We get your point, Rod. Exactly. James, well, she would be able to eat meat too, but she wasn't ever interested in meat, so you're feeding her salad and flowers and leaves and shit. Oh, that's good, though. Well, it's good to know that, so that you know what kinds of things. Drake Lara, the Danger Croft. Exactly, Drake. This is true. Whoops. I didn't actually want to do that this time. Are they? You don't think I get your point, Rod? Could you make it clearer? Oh, you mean about the Lara stuff? Or the Curtis stuff? Some example of games that I don't mind, where you play as a different character, even if you've been playing for another character for a while, is Assassin's Creed Origins, where you play as Bayek for the majority of the game, but there are parts where you play as Aya. You've also got the Siphon Filter games, where you don't just play as Gabe Logan, but you also play as Lian Xing, and you also play later as, in the third game, as Lawrence Majari, and also Teresa Lepan, and stuff like that, you know. So there are other games that I don't mind, where you play as someone else other than the main character. But yeah, this game is not one of them. Oh my god, man. This buddy's saving, forgetting to save. Sorry, Super Meat Hands. I missed your message up further. Super Meat Hands, it's funny how this section was kept when they were cutting a ton of content to have a somewhat playable build for a forced release. Yeah, that's the thing. I really wish they were given more time on this game because they really did need it. And then they wouldn't have had to make a lot of these changes and stuff. No, you were joking. You meant Suicide Leap of Fail. Oh! Yes, what I was doing, we're making Curtis die. Drake, correction, Assassin's Creed Rogue. Rogue. No, Super Meatheads. No, Gabe Logan. Hot take, you love playing as Abby in The Last of Us Part 2? Well, that's fair enough, I've never played that game myself, but I am aware of all the controversy around it. But I don't really have my own opinion on it because I haven't played the game yet, so I don't know how I'd feel until I got to it. Zom, you think the fact that in spite of her being well prepared with training, she could still be wounded, and as her father needs protection, she has skin in the game, but becomes vulnerable to his well-being being used against her, fleshes her character out more, and makes her not only more relatable, but also more likable too. Yeah, I've definitely seen the argument that classic Lara isn't relatable, whereas reboot Lara is. And I can kind of see some aspects of why. The thing about classic Lara is that she's in the vein more of characters like Sarah Connor from Terminator 2 and Ellen Ripley from Aliens, where they've already gone through in the first movie of their respective series. They've already gone through things that have actually changed them as characters, both physically and mentally. You know, Sarah Connor goes from this happy-go-lucky waitress to the second movie being this very sort of like emotionally detached but very strong physically kind of character. Ellen Ripley becomes this character that is very take charge, even though that she has sort of like nightmares of you know, being of the chest burster and all that kind of stuff. Even though she has those nightmares, it's part of why she agrees to go on the mission in Aliens to face that as well, you know. Whereas classic Lara, we don't see that first movie, to use the analogy that I was using with Sarah Connor and Ellen Ripley. We don't see Lara in the plane crash. We don't see Lara go through what she goes through in the classic series. We see what she's like after having done all that. And she's, you know, quite a few years on from that event in her life. And so the way that they tell her story is not to show all the things that she had learned, but to have her already at that point in her life. Whereas with the reboot series, they decide to go and show that event. They just change it from being a plane crash in the Himalayas to being on a ship that gets swept up and, you know, crashes on Yamatai Island. You know, so it's a similar kind of thing where there's like a sort of like environmental thing that goes wrong, or something that goes wrong to cause them to have to be stranded somewhere. So in the reboot, we play that, we see the things that she goes through. And so the movie version of 2018 does that too, whereas the movie versions of Angelina's Lara Croft is like the classic Croft, where we don't see her first years. We just see her already at that level, where she's really confident and all that as well. So that's why I can see like both sides, like understand that. But the thing about Lara as well is like, you know, you don't have to be a woman to actually relate to Lara on the levels of things like fiercely independent. The will to just keep on going, no matter what's happening. No matter the pain, no matter the losses, just pick herself up and keep on going, you know, and will fight tooth and nail to the end. You know, won't just, won't just let people, kill her or whatnot as well, But yeah, I'm kind of in the middle where I like both versions as well. But I can see the points of each side who only like classic or those who only like reboot, and those who only like classic and hate reboot, and those who only like reboot and hate classic, and all that kind of stuff. So I can see their points of view and stuff. But I just like both versions as well. I think there's things that the reboot Lara needs to have added to her by now that classic Lara already had as well. We've already had 3 games with reboot Lara where she's getting to that point. But it's time to put that aside and actually have her be that character that we saw the classic already be, without seeing her backstory and all that kind of stuff. Draco, man, Siphon Filter, it's been a long hot minute since you heard about that game. Omega Strain was hard as fuck solo. Yeah, that's where I dipped out, Drake, on the Siphon Filter series with Omega Strain. I just couldn't get into it, and I just preferred the first 3 games, and then the only other one I played was Dark Mirror or something. I didn't mind it, but it just didn't feel Siphon Filter-ish to me. It felt more like, trying to be Splinter Cell. And Mitra, Witcher 3 where you play as Ciri for some parts. That's a good one too, and Mita. Absolutely. Yeah, it was good to play as Ciri in the parts that we did as well.
Not so hot take. Playing as Hatham in AC3 as well was so damn good. Why, you got 3 goddamn hours of Hatham Bloody Kenway, which I, personally, see as a real frickin' win.
Thank you, Ave, for redeeming that as a Bane impression. Thank you. Not sure why you used a Bane impression, you just thought it would fit that message if it was spoken by Bane. That's definitely fair enough, Ave. Thank you for redeeming that as well. But yeah, I don't mind playing as Hatham in the sense of, I know it's part of the story and we need to, and I'm not against playing as him. I do feel like it takes a bit too long to get to Connor, but that's just mainly pacing. But you can sort of change that depending on how quickly you want to get through stuff. Abby has the best stealth, which is why you love playing as her. Oh, sorry, not so much of a hot take. No clue what went wrong when writing that. Oh, that's all good, Ave. That's no worries at all. And Matron, there are people like you who haven't watched any of the movies. You started watching the 2001 movie, though. So what did you think of it so far in Meta? Drake, the only time you liked playing Siphon Filter Omega Strain is the taser. Oh, yeah. The taser is a really fun weapon. It's so funny just holding it down and wait till they actually burn to a crisp.
And I thought this would be one of my easy days.
Are they? Understandable. You just know many people like to play as Haytham. Some friends prefer playing as him to playing as Connor, which is can neither agree nor disagree with, because you love all the Kenways and you love to play as all of them. Yeah, I don't dislike his actor or anything like that. There's things about the character that I can see why people really like him a lot. And it was a bit of a gamble having you play as him and then finding out he's a Templar versus him being an assassin and just having like a prologue, and then after the prologue you play as Connor, you know, which when I first started playing Assassin's Creed 3 back in 2012, and I mean like not first time as in the whole playthrough, but I mean when I first started the game and we played as Haytham, I thought, oh yeah, this is just like a prologue, we'll play as Haytham, Haytham will meet Connor's mother-to-be, and then they'll have Connor, and then we'll switch to playing as Connor, you know. But of course, they had other plans with the story, and so when the switch became a thing where it's like a Templar, it was like, oh, he's a Templar. And the other thing too is you got to remember, I'm pro-assassin in the series. I don't like the Templars, with some exceptions. So finding out that he was a Templar, I was like, oh, I felt the same way that Desmond feels, or felt, as well. I didn't punch anyone out, though. like Desmond's father did. Or, you know, cause someone to punch me out by getting angry at it, but yeah. Imitra, it looks good. Yeah, I think visually there's some really cool parts to it. Like, there's some CG that now is a bit iffy, but that was like early 2000s CG as well. But there's a lot of cool references to the older games as well, in certain scenes and all that kind of stuff. Are they Tom Brady be like? Drake, your most hated mission for Omega Strain was the tank stage. It's like shooting that thing as a water gun. Ooh, that doesn't sound like a fun stage. Yeah, I didn't get that far, to be honest, Drake, in that game. I didn't even get past like the first mission or so. The good thing was I rented the game. I didn't actually buy it, so I'm glad that I only rented it. Hey Biko, welcome back. Didn't take long. No worries at all. Welcome back to you. Now, the time is near, so I face the final curtain, and though and through it all, I did it my way. Thank you, Zom, for redeeming that as a Nani impression. You just figured this would be ridiculous. You definitely chose the words well, that's for sure. Nira. Hello, dear. I am Amiri.
Hey, take it easy. What's going on down here?
Dying. We're all dying. Protoss on the loose. Black Angel's going to kill us.
Get a grip. What's gonna kill us?
The Proto. It got free. We got fed to it, but it ate the guards when the power shut down.
What the hell's the Proto?
The Screamer. The Black Angel.
Hey, I don't give a damn about your Black Angel. What are you doing down here?
I didn't sign on for this. Not devils and shadows. I'm just a truck driver.
What? You drove here?
4 days on the road from Turkey. Long way. Long way.
What did you bring here? What were you carrying?
Death in 5 tons of stone. The sleeper. Drove here, then they grabbed us. She locked us in here with her hungry pet. The screamer. The proto.
You were fed to that thing?
Fed to it, yes, but not me.
Yeah, sure. Keep the door locked, okay?
You can't hide out there. He'll get you. He'll get us all.
They're your pro-assassins as well, of course, though. When it comes to Haytham, you mean, he is very inspirational and an interesting character. Can't say you're pro-Templar, but you do believe Haytham is the best written character in the series with the most logic and reason to him. Though like every other character, he is deeply flawed. You believe you've said this before, but he is like the Ezio, the Templar Order. Yeah, you know, he does have qualities that, if you look at those qualities on their own, irrespective of his bad qualities, they actually are good qualities and stuff. The thing about Haytham, though, is that he is so indoctrinated in the Templar Order that you could literally kill Connor's mother in front of his eyes if you were a Templar, and he would still be a Templar. If everyone that he loved was killed by Templars, he'd still be a Templar. He's so indoctrinated and so brainwashed since he was 10 years old to become a Templar that he just doesn't even sort of like want to entertain the idea that the Templars might not be ones to follow either, you know, and all that kind of stuff. And through Connor, he tries to indoctrinate him the same way or a similar way he was as well, and trying to point out all these things. And while what he points out can be true, it doesn't mean it's still right. You know what I mean? Like, something can be true, but just because it's true doesn't mean that if it's a bad thing it should be just accepted, or that it should be promoted as a thing. You know what I mean? But he is right in terms of like political manipulation that happens. You know, the whole thing with what he says with the politicians and all that kind of stuff, you know, coming up with the policies and all that kind of stuff, doing it for the benefit of them, you know, all that kind of stuff. You know, he's definitely got good points about that kind of thing, but those elements of his character where he's just so indoctrinated get in the way of him being a good father to Connor as well. Like, he never thought in all the years that Connor was a child to even go and see how his mother was doing. You know, even if he didn't know that she was pregnant, even if he didn't know that he had a child, you would think that he would want to make sure that she was okay at least. You know what I mean? But he didn't have anything like that. And so when he finds out that she dies, it is sad to him, but it's not sad enough. It's not enough of a thing for him to realize, you know, that maybe his way of doing things is wrong. Now, granted, it turns out that Charles Lee didn't necessarily, you know, burn Connor's village down. But I'm still a bit wishy-washy on that aspect. I still don't fully understand how that is. It just feels wrong to think that he wasn't behind it or something. I don't know. But in any case, the thing about the Templars is that the only way they can get people to join is manipulation. They will never allow someone to join of their own free will without any influence from their side of things. You know, they will on purpose do things to make sure that the person joins them. The assassins, on the other hand, they don't do that kind of stuff. If they want you to join them and you say no, that's fine. They won't push it. They won't manipulate things to try and force you to join. They won't make it seem like it's the only option. You know, they still want people to have that free will as well. Even William Miles in Assassin's Creed Origins, you know, when he says to Layla, well, you can either stay here and do the dance of death again and again until you make a mistake. It only takes one, you know. Or she can come and work on the, you know, the Animus Project, or their version of it, you know. So he's giving her choices. But there's a third choice that Layla could have done, which was just go and live her life and not become an assassin and not worry about anything with the Templars, you know, and not stay there and do that kind of stuff, you know. So in Williams saying those things, he's not giving ultimatums, he's just mentioning two options. It's down to Layla, though, to decide what she wants to do. Whereas with the Templars, if you had something that they want, if you were really good, and you are like, nah, I don't want to join, they'll make things happen to make you change your mind and make you think it's the right decision. You know, that's a big difference between them. Now, can either side be good or bad? Of course, yes. It doesn't mean that no assassins can be assholes or bad and that no Templars can be good. You know, it doesn't mean that. There's definitely Templars that have those qualities where it's kind of like, you know, they are a Templar, but they still kind of honor people's freedom and all that kind of stuff as well. Dr. Daly, taking it easy, I'm just needling you. That's all. Are they wise words, Rod? Every flaw in Haytham comes from Reginald. That piece of writing in the game makes zero sense to you. Apparently Lee didn't kill her and it was Washington, but Connor still works with Washington and still horny on killing Charles Lee. Yeah, no, that part of the game makes not much sense. Darby should have written 3, but you understand why he didn't. 3 was in the works at the same time as Revelations, if you're not mistaken, so it would be hard for Darby to write both stories. Yeah, that's the thing too, as well. Like, he mentions the event that happened 15 years ago to George Washington. Then there's that whole Benedict Arnold thing where George Washington wants help again from Connor, even though there's a point, and I don't know which comes first, because that DLC, I don't do it more than, I've done it a couple of times in the past, but I don't like it, so I don't like to do it as well.
My Farsi ability will help here.
Alright, I'm just going to have to scroll up in chat. Zom, did Twitch glitch your message again? Oh, there's a message up above where you said, I would think Hatham wouldn't be eager to train someone to become a Templar in the same way as him, given the fact that he saw Reginald Birch kill his father as a kid and plotted his revenge since. Yeah, so that message went through before Zomb. You would think Hatham wouldn't be eager to train someone to become a Templar in the same way as him, given the fact that he saw Reginald Birch kill his father as a kid and plotted his revenge since. Yeah, I mean, him being 10 years old and... No, actually, Zom. He didn't actually know that Reginald Bitch killed his father until he was an adult. Until he found out that Reginald Bitch had been lying about his sister's fate. He was told that Jennifer was actually missing, when in fact he had actually had her sent to be a slave. I can't remember which part of the world though, but Hatham thought that his sister was missing all those years, but Reginald Bitch actually knew where she was. And so when Hatham found that out, he rescued his sister, and then they both killed Reginald Birch as well. So yeah, he didn't know that Reginald Birch had his father killed until he was an adult. He didn't know that as a kid. Because Reginald Birch basically, raised him in a way to be a Templar and manipulated and brainwashed when he was younger and stuff. RB3 was in, if AC3 is ever remade as well as Rogue, you hope Darby can write the stories. He's such a great writer. You believe he could refine 3 and Rogue and make them both on the same level as Black Flag and Revelations, narratively speaking. Yeah. I mean, there's so many things that he did, which is great. He's really good at taking what already exists and making sure that what he creates actually fits. Hey there, Crooked. Welcome on in, dude. Didn't know Lara got a new haircut. Yeah. They thought it would be fun in a Tomb Raider game after, 5 other games to actually have you play as someone else at a certain point in this one. And, yeah. I hate these levels. Yeah, Ave. Yeah, I could see it as well. Yeah, Ave and Zomb. I like calling Reginald Bitch, not Reginald Birch. Lizzie, perfect name. That's true. Ave, Birch has got to be the worst Templar in the series. Bitch fits him well. Worst as in most bad. This is so true. Yeah, you're not wrong there. Crooked, the character looks like a mix of the Prince of Persia and Nathan Drake, lol. Yeah, he does a bit, actually. It's funny, speaking of that, I saw a mod for Tomb Raider Anniversary. There's this character named Larson that Lara actually faces off against and eventually kills in the story. But someone did a mod to make him look like Nathan Drake. Like, not take the character model of Nathan Drake and just, make it for those graphics, but they basically changed his clothes to match what Nathan Drake would wear and changed the textures on his face and stuff for some of the things. You know, Rod, that's one of your biggest problems with God of War Ragnarok. You play as Kratos, you always do, then they throw in the longest slog ever as a different character. So goddamn boring. Yeah, it can be very risky when they do that in games because, like... Oh, hang on. It can be difficult to do that in games because sometimes the character that you're playing as already is so good and you just want to spend time with them that the game is like, for this whole portion you play as someone else now. So I'm all the same, no matter when Haytham found it about was Reggie bitch, the fact he did is all that's needed for him to realise how it was inducted is messed up. It would be a way he'd prefer to avoid when inducting others. Maybe he should have taken it further and called him Raggy bitch. Yeah, that's the thing with that whole setup with being brainwashed and all that kind of stuff. Like, Haytham does manipulate Connor though, because he tries to get Connor to see his side of things, which I do feel Connor does to a certain extent. But Haytham thinks that he's going to completely turn Connor into a Templar by doing a gotcha moment about George Washington. He didn't expect that Connor would be angry at both him and George Washington. He thought that Connor would be angry at George Washington for his decision to destroy Connor's village and be like, well, father, you were right all along. You know, I've been fighting on the wrong side. I want to become a Templar as well. That's what Haytham was hoping for. But Connor was like, you know, fuck both of you. You know, all that he cared for was that his village, you know, to go and protect his village as well. Tech, did you happen to find the time to see the clips in the movie discussion tab? Not as yet, Tech. I've got them in my watch list for YouTube as well. So as soon as I watch them, I'll definitely give some feedback on them. As much as you love Haytham, you would have preferred it if he was kind of like a middle ground of the Assassins and Templars. Born assassin, raised a Templar, knows the issue of both parties, leading to him creating a new order of his own, with him being the father of an assassin and Grand Master of the Templar Order, giving him ways to manipulate both sides to bring out his vision and his new order, something like that. Yeah, that would have been interesting as well. I feel like they should have made him who you play as in Rogue, because there's some more stuff that they could have done with him. So in a way he does. The American Templar Rite is more moral than the other rites and more moral than the Colonial Brotherhood. Yeah, I remember hearing that argument a lot about the Colonial Assassins. But I feel like a lot of that is because of the writers of Rogue making it so. You mean, yeah, you can see that, but there were many Templars that weren't fully bad throughout the Order's history. Some good examples are the ones in Origins and the ones in AC. Yeah. And there's also ones like Khalaset in Origins, who she's an Order of the Ancients member, but you know you can sympathize with her because she's also lost a child, just like Bayek has. Code, you still seem to find new bugs in Forbidden West, nearly a handful of areas that can either trap the character or drop through the world depending on luck. Can fast travel out, but lose progress while with AAA conversion. Oh, wonderful. Oh, just what you don't need, Code. Yeah, it was their way to tell the story, but you know what? It quite honestly sucked. It was such a gut punch waiting for Ragnarok and then getting what we got. You mean, you love the game in many ways and you think it's an 8.5 out of 10, but like, it isn't as good as it should be. Yeah, she is who you meant, and the Scarab guy. Oh yeah, are they? Yeah, for sure. Yeah. But that's definitely fair too to feel that way as well. It's very tricky to get players to play as someone else, especially if they really like the character they've been playing as they'd been playing for most of the character at that point. That's all good, Zomb. Thank you so much for leaving the lurk as well. You take care too. Thank you so very much. And I hope that everything goes well. Ahmed wasn't the worst either. At least comparing him to Rodrigo and Cesare. He wasn't that much of a good person, but he was clever. Yeah, he was cunning and clever, and I don't think he's like a terrible villain, but I don't think he's on the same level as like Cesare. And I'd even argue he's not even on the same level as someone like Torres in Black Flag. Because Torres in Black Flag, I guess in some ways it's a bit unfair because they wanted Ahmet to be like a big reveal kind of thing, whereas with Torres, you know from the start. He isn't a very interesting written character, to be honest. Yeah. I think Cesare was definitely a difficult villain to, for them to come up with a villain after Cesare. He's just there to serve as an opponent to Ezio, though, really. This is true. Dr. Darling, Latouche is the best Templar. Latouche. Grady. When it comes to Revelations, it's not about Templars, it's about the history of the Assassins and an ending to Ezio and Altair's stories. Templars are there because the Templars are always there. That's true. Their presence has always been there, and it's just a natural part of the story as well. And the focus is more on Suleiman. People desire the truth, yes, but even when they have it, they refuse to look. How do we fight this kind of ignorance? That's the only reason Ahmed is somewhat memorable. Yeah. That quote is really realistic and fits the world today a lot. It really does, And at the same time, it's also another example of just because something is true doesn't mean it's something that, should be how things are done. Not that anything can necessarily be completely stopped forever, but just the idea of things being accepted just for the way they are and nothing can be attempted to do anything about it. Whereas the Templars are like, humans are like this anyway, so they should just want us to control them because they're built like that anyway. What's interesting too is that you have that whole bit with Hatham, where he is, saying to Connor things about, what the people are like, and all the Templars need, which is for things just to stay the way that they are, all that kind of stuff. He also makes predictions that actually do come true. And the thing about it is, right, he predicts the eventual civil war that happens between the North and South. Even though it's not like the next year or something, of course, a long bit of time, before that takes place. Or I think it's a long bit of time. I don't know how many decades away. But anyway, my point is, he kind of makes a prediction that even after everything has been sorted in terms of it's their own country and they've got their own leader, eventually there'll be fights and stuff over it. But the thing about that is, number one, of course, they're writing a fictional character in a time period that is way, way, way in the past, and also past the point where the Civil War in America happened, that obviously, of course, the character would predict something that came true because the writers are making it so. But the funny thing is, though, just because the writers made Hatham predict something that the writers obviously knew because they're in present times, the thing is, we don't know what predictions people made centuries ago that ended up actually becoming true. We probably have some that we do, but there's also some that we don't. So I think it's still plausible that someone like Hatham would have a prediction for the future of the country that ends up being true, because it's not something that's oh, this thing was only ever thought of because it happened. There probably would have been people that thought, oh, what if that happens, or even entertain the idea that there might be as well. I think that is when we have the anyone can write a book perfectly fits in. This is true, yeah. What makes the old games in the AC franchise peak historical fiction gaming? Yeah. Hey there, Sage. Welcome on in. Oh yeah, that speech by Ezio about being a young man and having liberty, didn't see it, and all that. That's definitely a great quote, that one. I've been doing well, Sage. Yeah, things have been going good and making a lot of progress in the games I've been streaming. How's things been going with you? Welcome back to another stream. Are they only few games that come close? Ghost of Tsushima and Red Dead 1 and 2. In your opinion, at least, though you would still say AC does historical fiction better than Red Dead Redemption. Yeah, I mean, I guess like Red Dead Redemption, just like GTA, isn't really trying to be historically accurate too much about certain things, of course. But there is a level of realism in Red Dead Redemption 2 that they go for, of course. Ghost of Tsushima, though, they really nailed it with that game. It's such a great game, that one. What is your favorite speech or quote in this series? Oh, it's a good question. I don't actually know if I have a favorite. Sorry. I've never thought about it before in terms of the Tomb Raider series. There's a funny line of dialogue that Lara has in this game where she's like, if I had a coconut for every time some lunatic said that, or said something like that. Crooked, he's using photo mode to scan inside the roofs. Oh, he is too. That's a good call. I wonder who would do that. I mean, who would really do that, Crooked? I don't know who would do something like that. Ave, that one is great. You love Ono's Dogma speech and Connor's Compromise speech. They're really good ones too, Ave, as well. Ezio's speech in Assassin's Creed 2 to the crowd as well. Oh, you meant the AC franchise. Oh, that's all good, Ave. There's no worries at all. But yeah, they would be up there as well. I also like Edward's speech. Well, it's not really a speech, but when he talks about, how he's just run around, not giving a tinker's curse for who I hurt and, all that kind of stuff. Crooked, you don't have any idea either. Yeah, Could it have been? Nah, it couldn't have been me. Surely not. Lynch Mob, thank you for redeeming the Arnie movie scene impression. Dr. Darling, I make my own luck. I prefer Lara's version of that in Tomb Raider Last Revelation. I make my own luck. Okay, so I have an Arnie movie scene. It's over. No. There's one more chip. And it must be destroyed also. Here. I cannot self-terminate. You must lower me into the steel. No. No. I'm sorry, John. No. I'm sorry. No, it'll be okay. Stay with us. It'll be okay. I have to go away. No, don't do it. Please don't go. I must go away, John. No, no, wait. You don't have to do this. Sorry. No, don't do it. Don't go. It has to end here. I order you not to go. I order you not to go. I order you not to go. I know now why you cry, but it's something I can never do. Goodbye. There we go. That's from Terminator 2, and that's right at the end of the movie, before he gets lowered into the molten steel. Thanks for redeeming that, Lynchmob. But you love it when Edward says, "Take no quarter, lads, and give none neither." Though that is more of a quote. I mean, it is a great quote, though, as well. There's some really good lines of dialogue in Black Flag. Sage, you're doing good. You finished Detroit. You and the girlfriend slowly playing Life is Strange, plus Hogwarts Legacy as you watch all the Harry Potter movies. Getting ready for that fall time. Getting your PS5 ready for Shadows. Just learned last night USB have to be plugged into the back, not the front of the PlayStation. Yeah. It's funny when that kind of stuff happens, because you just naturally assume with a lot of stuff that it's just, the same across the board. And they're like, oh, they do it differently. Okay. Well, that's great. I'm glad to hear that you're doing good. It sounds like you've made some great progress as well with games and stuff. So, how did Detroit go? Like, what did you think of that game? Lynchmob, you love that scene when Arnold went thumbs up. He wanted to cry, lol. Yeah, it was a nice sort of like way, a nice gesture for him to give John Connor as he's like being lowered down as well. And the thing is, I was probably maybe, I think, a year or two younger than the actor who played John Connor. And in some ways, he as a character was kind of like a surrogate character for me. And what I mean by that is usually there's like stories where there's a character that can be a stand-in for the audience as well. Like, for example, let's say there's a movie where someone finds out that they have superpowers, and there's a world beneath the normal world that they didn't know about until now. Well, the viewer didn't know that until then. You know, that kind of stuff. There's many other ways that a character in a movie or a story can be a surrogate for the audience or the viewer or whatnot. But in the case of John Connor, when I watched it when I was around the actor's age, and probably the character's age too, it was almost like I was the kid who was John Connor with the T-800 as well. So I remember being very sad about the T-800 actually dying, quote-unquote dying, being destroyed at the end of that movie when I saw it. I was probably about 7, around 7.5 or 8 when I saw that movie for the first time when it came out. I didn't see it at the movies, I saw it on VHS when it came out. Sage, Uma Thurman and Arnie just reunited last night for Batman. Oh, they did? Oh, cool. I also remember that moment in Terminator as a kid. Definitely made you emotional when he was begging Arnie. That's true, yeah. You know, he had such a attachment over the time that it was almost like a real person was going to die, that he was going to lose. Hey there, Dumbledore. Good morning. How's things going with you today? Sage, Detroit ending was so good. You wanted to save Luther so bad, but it seemed impossible to fix. Just glad you didn't have to choose between Connor and Marcus and they teamed up. Yeah, it's really, really rough losing Luther. You know, he's such a great character. And that's cool that you got Marcus and Connor to team up. It's kind of interesting, though, when you think about it, too, that whole scenario where you have two characters that you've played as, and if you like both characters, now there's the opportunity for one character to either join the other that you've also been playing as, or actually go against the other that you've always been playing as. Because that marquee the same makers as Returnal. Not too sure, Biko. Yeah, I don't know. Lynchmob, when did Nathan Drake become part of the Tomb Raider? This character, Lynchmob, this character, Curtis Trent, I'm glad that, spoiler alert for this guy, just in case people want a heads up on a spoiler, he dies at the end of the story. And I'm like, oh no, so sad. Anyway, kind of thing. But yeah, for 3 of the levels, I think it's 3 of them, you have to play as him instead of Lara. James, you hate when you're playing endgame content and somebody joins you and chickens out during the middle of the mission because it's fucking hard. Like, for fuck's sake, it's supposed to be hard and challenging. Why are you even here? Like, even considering it was an action movie, it has some deep story moments. Yeah, that can be really annoying, and that would be annoying too, as well, you know. But yeah, it definitely had some deep story moments as well. Lucas, you didn't like Connor. Oh, that's fair enough, Lucas. That's fair enough. So in your playthrough, did you end up having him be permanently... Well, I mean, he can get taken off the case, but still be alive, or each version of him that you play as can be destroyed. Because that would be flippin' freaking incredible to have a combo game of Lara Croft working with Nathan in Uncharted. Oh my god, you'd buy that in a nanosecond. Yeah, there's been some live action scenes, I think, that fans have done of the two characters, even in Indiana Jones. Lynchmob, you shot Marcus as Connor even though you had a choice not to your first playthrough. Oh, did you? Like, Connor's like, nah, we'll just shoot Marcus. But yeah, it's interesting when games do that, where you play multiple characters and then there's an opportunity for you to choose whether the character that you've played as kills the other character that you've played as. Lynch mob. Oops, Lucas, he got shut down because you ran out of time on that one mission. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I've had him die. Well, one of him die in the interrogation. Lynch mob, the cliffhanger ending was good in your opinion, though. Yeah. It can be difficult too when stories end on a cliffhanger because they might not make the rest of everything satisfying, if you know what I mean. James, sorry for the vent. Like, spent some time farming some shit and got stronger gear and mods and came back. You didn't mind helping noobs and shit, but this hella annoys you because when they join in the lobby, it presets the whole map of enemy spawns and shit, which when you play solo, rest of your mission could fuck you because rest of the spawns can be on the other part of the map, and when you have like 6 minutes to kill like 150 enemies, instead of killing you need to run around the map searching for them. It's fucking infuriating. Oh, that definitely would be. And how much time it would take as well for that, when it could have taken a much shorter time and all that kind of thing. Dr. Darling, never thought I would be a robot that could feel. Go ahead, Connor, and lower me to the steel. Nice. Biko, who's this you're playing? In this part of the game, Biko, we're playing as this idiot. That's his name. This idiot. No, just kidding. His name's Curtis Trent, and he's a character that we see earlier in the game. And now we actually play as him for some of the levels, instead of, the character we've played as for the past 5 games before this point. Dr. Darling, nice death animation, lol, or rather death scene. It really is. It kind of feels unfinished. Like, it feels weird that to have no music in that part either.
Thanks.
Glad you came back to save me, stranger.
Name's Curtis.
Lara. And this is business.
I owe you one.
You owe me a painting.
Sorry. That went AWOL at the Louvre.
What brings you here from Paris?
Eckhart. We have business that only one of us will walk away from. You?
Personal reasons.
Eckhart plans to use all 5 obscure paintings to revive an ancient evil called the Sleeper, and rebreed the Nephilim race. To do that, he collects alchemically transmuted elements from his murder victims' bodies.
I've seen him at work as the Monstrum. With that glove.
Eckhart's the original black alchemist. And now he's very close to finding the last painting.
Does he know where it is?
Yes. It's hidden in the Lux Veritatis vault beneath the straw hole. The paintings must be destroyed. To do that, I need the shard you picked up at the Louvre.
There should be 3 Periapt shards.
Eckhart has the last one. If all 3 shards are united, they can destroy him permanently. So he keeps it safe.
Tell me about the shards.
They're ancient weapons of the Lux Veritatis. 2 of them were entrusted to my father. Eckhart murdered him to stop them passing into my hands. He failed.
So Eckhart went after your father, and you want revenge.
Justice.
We should work together.
You're trusting me?
Here. How can they be used to kill Eckhart?
He must be stabbed with all 3 shards.
We can divide the forces against us if we split up. You need the 3rd shard, so you should go after that. I'll find the last painting and destroy it.
Okay. Eckhart guards the shard in his old alchemy lab in the lower regions. I can find my way there.
The engraving shows the painting hidden in something called the Vault of Trophies. Here. The entrance is underwater. No problem.
How did she get the engraving and the map?
It doesn't matter. We have lost too many men trying to open that damn vault. Perhaps her special talents will help us get what we need. The mail will be coming this way soon. Make the preparations.
There's no danger she can destroy the last painting.
We won't allow her the opportunity. The fifth Obscura painting is mine already. And then...
Excellent. We get to actually play as the character that, we actually want to play as in all the Tomb Raider games. The main character, Lara Croft. So after that bit with Curtis, we get to play as Lara again. There will be another part with Curtis, and it's my favorite part in the game because, spoiler alert, it's where he dies. Biko, incredible scenes. You love games like these where you get scenes of the enemies just purely talking amongst themselves. Yeah, it helps sort of like give a bit of an indication of what process they're up to in their, master plan and stuff. Lucas, the part that got you was after Marcus got shot and he harvesting parts from the other broken robots that were just trying to survive. Lucas, that was actually the first of that game that I had ever saw. When I came into someone's stream, I can't remember who they are now because it was so long ago. They were up to that part. And what really struck me was just like the really sort of like raw aspect to the whole scene. And just like the ambience and the atmosphere and everything. And I couldn't help but think of, Terminator and stuff. Because it sort of felt like something out of one of the earlier Terminator movies. Like, in fact, if you put the filter over it from the first two movies that showed the future war, then you'd probably, could make it look like it's part of that movie. But anyway, that was such a great scene, Lucas, in that game. Like, I really like what they do with the sound design in that level too. I'll be back in one moment. Alrighty then, I'm back. There we go. When I worked out the sweet distance and sweet spot, I wanted to use less bullets.
It won't open. This ledge looks too far. I don't think I'll make it yet.
I've never made Lara do that before. I wonder if that's a glitch that can be done in the actual default version of this game, or if it's a result or a side effect of the modded controls that I've put into this. Don't know if I can replicate it. No. Oh, what was that? Oh, must have been the wind. Hey there, nah, bro. Thanks for redeeming. Must have been the wind. How's things? Welcome on in. Nah, bro, just hopping into bed, getting yourself comfy. Oh, very cool. That's good. Especially when you need to, relax and settle in for the night and stuff. Oh, nice, nah, bro. You started Revelations today, found the first Masyaf key. That Ezio is a smooth talker. You're not wrong there, he really is. He's had decades to
I
own.
feel stronger now.
He's had decades to hone his craft. It'd be so funny if there was like an Easter egg or something in that. Who are you? Only the most interesting man in your life. She folded. It's a wrap. It's so good that Ezio found someone like Sophia and got, you know, a happy ending. After all the years of fighting that he went through, and losing Christina and losing Catalina and that as well, and I guess feeling like he was just going to be doing assassin stuff for the rest of his life, and wasn't going to be able to have a family of his own, things like that. So it's good that he ends up Now, bro, the only knock you have on the game is the outfits, and his eyes look super bright. You love that Altair's message made Ezio basically go, fuck this, I'm done, it's really not worth it anymore. Yeah. And the thing is, too, when you think about it, when Desmond is in the Animus, experiencing memories of Ezio, he also feels the emotions that Ezio's feeling. And because the Macief keys work in the same way, whereby someone can experience someone's memories, Ezio is also feeling the same emotions that Altair is. And so there's that sort of like double effect going on. And the fact that he decides, yeah, I've done enough for one life as an assassin. I've sacrificed a lot. It's not that he hates the assassins or anything. It's just that he feels like he's done enough. And it's time for him to retire. Hello, Adrian. Welcome back. Adrian, you found another neat PSN deal. The first 3 Borderlands games, 1, 2, and pre-sequel, are for £8. It's really cool when games, and especially like, you know, if they're a bundle. Is it bundled, Adrian? Or do you mean like £8 individual? But it is cool when games are like that cheap. No, bro, it wouldn't have hurt your feelings if they wrapped up Desmond's arc in Revelation rather than what happened at the end of 3. Oh yeah, I don't blame you. It would have been interesting to wrap it up then. Lizzie, how much longer are you planning to be streaming? So I want to finish the game, which could take another hour or so. Adrian, yeah, £8 for the bundle, so £2.67 per game with all the DLCs included. That is really cool too, getting all the DLC as well. That can definitely make things more enticing, as well as the price too. Yeah, nah bro, the hook blade is so fun. But not many people know this though, the hook blade consists of two parts, the hook and the blade. Just in case anyone was wondering what a hook blade is, and what the components of it are. This would help, Rod. Pulling the lever to open. Thank you, Nabro. It took a long time to sort of like figure that out. And I remember that I struggled for many years trying to figure out what the two components were for the hook and the blade. And I found that it was very life-changing, you know. I think it's information that everyone should be aware of. Yeah, Adrian's like stab, 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 stab. So do we really need so many stabbing spikes in the sewers? Yes. All of them. Every single one. Good one, Lizzie. They got a deal on spikes. Half price. Now, Barry, wonder if when Altair saw the future in the apple, if he saw Ezio and went, yeah, he'll be the one to lead all assassins and find the Masyaf keys. That would have been cool if that was the case. But there's that part where Altair is talking to his son, Darim, and it's like, you know, who are these for? And then Altair's like, you know, I wish I knew, kind of thing. But that doesn't mean that he didn't see someone who looked like Ezio, and that he didn't see Ezio, he just didn't know their name, you know, and stuff like that. So it's still plausible. Hey there, Scar. How's things going? Welcome. Nah, bro, because him and Ezio were like 300 years apart. That's true. Nah, bro, I'm pretty sure roughly, yeah, about 300 years difference between them. Because it's interesting too with the Pieces of Eden, because I feel like Altair could have also seen the advanced build, you know, like he could have seen the advanced buildings and have been seeing in the past back further, but he thought he was looking into the future because of course Isu architecture and everything and their technology was way advanced centuries before the prehistoric ages, you know, and all that kind of stuff. So I think there's some visions that could have been that, but also he could have seen some actual future visions as well. Scar, Lara Croft, a Navy diver? That's at the moment, yeah. With lungs of steel as well. You going okay, Scar? Well, that's good to hear, dude. As for me, I'm doing well. Pushing to finish the game in this stream, and then tomorrow I'll start the next Tomb Raider game I got lined up. James, dude, you just killed Weekly Boss solo. You never imagined that you can get that strong. Warframe? Got yourself some nice blue shard. GG's on that, James. That's cool. That's good that you got to that level and you defeated them. Excellent. I wish Lara wouldn't change which one she's facing and fighting when you're trying to just, you know, fight the one that's in front. James, yeah, the boss was annoying more than hard. You gotta love those boss types when you have to deal with something that's annoying. you know, because there might be some move that they always fall back upon that can stun lock you and stuff. Now, bro, you also wonder how many apples there are, because every game it seems like a different one. Yeah, I think that's the beauty of what they set up, where it's like there's all these pieces of Eden all around the world, and that some are still uncounted for, some are destroyed, and there's others that are just basically kept in certain places. I imagine the Templars probably have like a big database where they're trying to cover all that stuff. James, is he wearing white socks, or is that part of the lem of the boots? Been wondering a while now. You know, I've never actually wondered and even paid attention to which was which, if it was that or just white socks as well. I want to say that it's just the socks as well, but I don't know. It could be either way. I'm not too sure, James. Never actually thought about that before. Like, I knew that's what she was wearing, but I don't know if it's white socks or if it's just part of the, you know, the top of the boots or something.
My strength is increasing.
James, like every time he got his 30% damage, he calls fucking bodyguards that changes damage type weakness every 4 hits. Which is annoying when using a beam weapon, so it's harder to kill them than the boss. The boss goes down in like a minute. Ugh. It definitely does sound very, very annoying. James, now you can't sleep. You need to know if those are socks or not. From this angle, it looks more like a hem of her boots, though. Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be. Or it could be her socks and she's just rolled them up around the top of the boots. Now, bro, you wonder if they purposely inflated the numbers of the pieces of Eden to keep the Templars on a goose chase? I mean, that would have been an interesting sort of psyop to do on the Templars, is to make them think that there was actually more than there was. And Mita, this level is AC2 Lower Edition. Very true, in Mita, you're not wrong there. It's funny because this year, the year that this game came out, Prince of Persia: Sands of Time also came out, and so having Assassin's Creed 2, the creative director Patrice Désilets was also the creative director on Prince of Persia: The Sands of Time. So I love how these franchises are very sort of like, they share the DNA of various things. Same with Uncharted as well, James. But yeah, could be that too. But yeah, it's a weekly boss, so he has a right to be annoying. That's definitely fair too if they make the weekly boss like that.
Congratulations, Miss Croft. You are positively Amazonian. That vault has defeated us for months.
What do you want, Eckhart?
I'm not interested in you or your friend, Miss Croft. Give me the painting. May both leave.
What choice do I have?
Gunderson, release Boaz. This old colleague of mine was once a human before she displeased me. Not you, Muller, you useless piece of dross. You failed me too!
Come on, I'll give you a boost.
Curtis, quick!
Here, take these two.
These are your speciality, Curtis.
Don't worry about Ugly here. Go on. You're wasting time. I can take care of her.
Yay, we get to play as this guy again. Woohoo! I hate this boss fight, mainly because of the controls, because of the lock-on, and also having to switch targets and having to fight the controls as well. James, you like how she shakes her butt when idle? I bet you do. Absolutely. Thank you, Scar, for redeeming the Bane impression.
I remember holding this little girl in my arms. She was like little Angel. Now she's climbing, kicking, and shooting like a pro. Time do fly by fast. I did also meet Lara's father. He was a very intelligent man.
Thanks for redeeming that as a Bane impression, Scar. But this is true. And the funny thing is, like, they don't show it, or they don't hint to it in the games like the classic ones. But Lara, in the first movie, there's a scene where she calls in a favor from some old army buddies that she was with, and that kind of gives a little bit of a background into her firearms training and all that kind of stuff. So it's interesting when they do that kind of thing with characters, because we never saw in the games any sort of like training sequence in that respect. But yeah, Lara's very proficient with all kinds of weaponry. And Mita's so exciting. Absolutely, and Mita's like, ugh. But here's the good thing, and spoiler alert, Curtis actually dies after this part, so there will be much rejoicing. Alright, I finally figured out and remembered which button switches fucking targets. There's this annoying thing because when the enemy locks on, when you lock onto the enemy with the friggin' gun, I'm trying to make Curtis quickly circle around, but you can't because it's a slow piece of fucking shit. I don't know why Curtis did that fucking stupid bloody turn around, face the other fucking direction prick move. Must be the cuntest fucking special.
That wasn't so hard.
Give me a break.
Oh no, what happened? I can't believe Curtis is dead. So anyway, James, she was reconned and disposed for MI5 during her military training as far as you remember. Not sure why though. Yeah, I mean maybe she just felt like it. Scar, I bet you love your custom made up Bane stories. It's really inventive, Scar. It's good that you do things like that. Thanks for the GGs in Meta. Phase 2, oh damn. Thankfully Phase 2 is much easier than the first phase. Thanks for the GGs and Mita. Biko, okay, thanks people for a lovely stream again. Thanks for literally a star. Thanks for streaming all day. Thanks, you're all off to play Destiny with your dad. Well, I hope you have a great time playing Destiny with your dad, Biko. Thank you so much for watching the streams. I really appreciate it. I hope that you have a good one. And that's no worries at all for the stream. Dr. Darling, rest in peace. Requiescat in pace. Random dude. Yes, random dude who never comes back into the series ever again in any kind of different form. Thankfully. I'm glad. Biko, you stupid idiot, should have shot it. Exactly, Biko. It's like one of those situations. He should have just kept on shooting. He did the classic thing of, oh, they're probably dead. It's like, just keep shooting first, and then find out later. See you next time, Biko. Have a great one.
My legs feel stronger.
Scar, what happened? You have to start over. Oh no, Scar. Yeah, we just finished that last part as Curtis, and he gets killed. And so now we're back to playing as the actual main character of the story, who we should always play as in this game, but unfortunately they figured that fans of the series that played as Lara Croft for every game up until this point wanted to play as some guy that was just put into the story. But in other ways where games do that kind of thing, where it's actually done well, this game does it poorly. Thank you, Visor, for the follow. Thank you very much. Thank you.
My legs feel stronger. Maybe I'll... My legs feel stronger. Maybe I'll make that jump.
So it's not until like the last, well, pretty much the last level of the game that Lara gets the ability to sprint and then jump. I'm at the final level of the game, and I'm only just now, as Lara, using some health. So I've gone through the whole game with Lara's health, that is. I used health before as Curtis, but in terms of like Lara's stock of medical supplies, I've only just now used one thing, which is one large health pack. So I've got 12 chocolate bars. I now have 17 large medipacks. I now have 9 health bandages, 3 health pills, and 9 small medipacks. Dr. Darling, Lara wins. Fatality. See Lara's eyeballs. I can't get it to actually just stay on it. Alrighty then, final boss time. Well, I mean, there's technically two bosses, to be fair. There's Eckhart, and then there's that other dude, I can't remember his name. But he's, one of the Nephilim. This version, the original default PC version doesn't have the end credits, which you might think is weird. Why wouldn't they? Why would they have all the other FMV sequences except for the end credits? I don't know why. But if I've done the install correctly, there's a patch where you can actually have the credits FMV sequence automatically play after you finish the game. But if it doesn't, I'll just have to go to YouTube and show it to finalize it. But hopefully I've done the patch correctly and it'll actually just play automatically.
Still alive, Miss Croft. You are resilient, but over the decades I've killed more mortals like you than I can remember.
And stole their body parts, like a cheap grave robber.
As I will now take yours.
To wake this thing, you are grotesque.
Only my great hearts can cause the higher race to flourish again.
So I guess it's up to me to stop you then.
I hunted down and killed the last of the Lux Veritatis. I am immortal. The shards.
Scary, huh? For you.
It is my destiny to breathe hell on Earth. You are nothing to me.
Do you know, it's gonna be a real pleasure to shut you up.
Nice one, James. Lara wins. Stability. This is pretty much what you do. You dodge these attacks until he starts to create clones of himself, and then you wait until the clones converge in the center, and then you shoot him until he gets stunned, and then you just walk near him, and then the cutscene of Lara stabbing him will play. And you just do that 3 times, and then he's dead. It's funny because it's like in the Highlander series where when an immortal kills another immortal, they essentially gain their power in a method or a process, called the quickening, where basically they get levitated up in the air and electrified all over, and they usually yell and scream. That's what that reminds me of when he does that. Hey there, Zeus, welcome. Fucked him up indeed. Absolutely, just one more stab and then he's dealt with. And then there's one other boss after this, but you don't really attack him. You just have to reach a certain point in the area to trigger the end cutscene. How's things going, Zeus?
Corel?
Go on, kill her.
I knew you'd find the 3rd shard.
But why? You worked for him.
No, unknowingly he worked for me, but his usefulness was ended.
Will you destroy his work?
Of course not. The great work will be finished. I'm offering you the chance to become part of a benign new order in the world.
You are kidding, right?
We Nephilim have only ever been trying to survive.
Too many people have died for me to trust you, including a good friend, Von Croy.
He was an unfortunate victim of history, Lara. Eckhart was stupid to have killed him. I've helped you all along, both here and in Paris. You can trust me, Lara Croft.
I'm tracking 5 Obscura paintings for a client called Eckhart, but he's a psychopath.
Why should I care?
Because I'm being stalked. People are dying out there.
Handle it, Werner.
Lara, please. Look, go and see this woman, Kavier. She can help.
I'm going. Egypt, Werner. You walked away and left me. There was no pity then.
Get out! Get out of the way! No!
Von Croy, you located the painting for me. Why have you not delivered it?
I daren't collect it. It's too dangerous. But she'll be able to. No!
Your usefulness is finished. You humans break so easily.
You killed Von Croy.
Stupid mortal. So be it.
Stupid mortal, so be it. So there's a bit of story missing because Lara was like Corel to that guy. So I don't know, because I haven't read, there was a novelization that was written. I haven't read that, so I don't know if that fills in gaps about Corel. But in this game with that dialogue, that's the first time in the game that we actually hear her say his name. We've seen him throughout the game in certain cutscenes, but we haven't heard his name before. We haven't even seen a scene where Lara learnt his name, let alone have we heard his name mentioned anywhere else in the story except for now by Lara as well. So that's one of the things that they didn't have when the game was finished, because they weren't given any more time than what they were given, even though they needed it. And one of the reasons was because they wanted to release it when the second movie was coming out, like the higher-ups did. But it ended up proving to be the wrong decision to make as well. But yeah, that's the name of that guy, Corel. But I don't know where he originally revealed himself to Lara, or how Lara knows him, or what his character is. Like, I don't know if he was like some known character outside of like France or something, or Prague. I'm not too sure anything about his character. I haven't read the novelization, so I don't know if that goes into detail about him as well. Isaiah, you're getting close to finishing Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 2. Ugh, it sure goes on forever. Oh, does it? It's almost like, what, 2 games in one, in a way, does it feel? No, I didn't patch it right, so the fucking end credits scene didn't fucking bloody happen. There's multiple versions, multiple builds as well, so trying to get this game to fucking work is like trying to fucking bloody invent a spaceship with fucking pencils. Be right back. Almost ready. Alright, almost ready. Oh man. Makes you wonder though why with the original default version of this game on PC they didn't put the fucking end credits. Like seriously? Like what? That'd be like not putting the fucking I don't know, main title at the menu of the game you're playing and forgetting that part, you know? Anyway, apologies for the resolution size and everything, but I'll be here all night, or all morning in my case. Alright, so I'll just play this. And there we go. The credits. That should have been in there by default. James, so you need to patch the game to see the credits. This is true. Yep. The PlayStation 2 version, though, you don't have to. The credits play automatically. But for the PC version, you do. You need to download the credits cutscene and then patch it into your version of Angel of Darkness. Alrighty then, that is the end of the playthrough. Thank you so very much for the GGs, James. Muchly appreciated, dude. So this is the end of the stream. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. Really do appreciate it. So, here's the plan moving forward for the Tomb Raider Marathon. So, the next game that I'll be doing is not Tomb Raider Legend, even though that came out after Angel of Darkness. I'll be doing instead Tomb Raider Anniversary first. The reason being, Tomb Raider Legend was the first reboot in 2006, and they changed Lara's backstory. So in the original backstory, Lara's parents were still alive all the way through her childhood and also her teenage years and also in her adult life. Whereas in the first reboot, they made it that Lara's father had died and her mother went missing when Lara was a child. Her and her mother were on a plane in the Himalayas and crash landed, and basically she disappears, and Lara believes that she's actually missing, not dead. And when they did Tomb Raider Anniversary, which is a remake of Tomb Raider 1, it was kind of like, oh, well, we can't make the remake of Tomb Raider 1 ignore what we've done with Legends, so we need to make sure that Tomb Raider Anniversary is not just a remake of Tomb Raider 1, but it's also a prequel to Tomb Raider Legend. So when I do my annual marathon of playthroughs, that's why I do Anniversary first and then Legend, even though Legend was released first and then Anniversary was released the year after. So the next Tomb Raider game that you'll see me stream will be Tomb Raider Anniversary. If you see me streaming that game, you know it's become Wednesday here in Australia. After this week, because I plan to finish Tomb Raider Anniversary across 2 streams, so Wednesday and Thursday. What that means is, after this week, the days that the Tomb Raider streams will be on next week is actually going to change. I don't actually know yet what that's going to change to, so I won't mention, just in case what I say doesn't end up being the exact change in schedule. So yeah, the next stream that you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider Anniversary. If you see me streaming that, then you know it's become Wednesday here. And then when I finish Anniversary on Thursday, Friday will be Watch Dogs 1, the weekend will be Assassin's Creed 2, and then next week I'll decide what days Tomb Raider Legend will be on, and then the rest of the playthroughs of the Tomb Raider Marathon. Ave, thank you so much for the GGs as well. And that's no worries at all, James, for the stream. I'm glad that you had a great time. Thank you for being here too. I just want to thank everyone so much for watching. We're going to go and raid out to Crocodiles, who's playing through Hellblade Senua's Sacrifice. He's doing a playthrough of that as part of his historical order run. He's doing multiple games across multiple series and franchises, and he's doing them in timeline order. He's going to be playing them all the way through games set until the 1940s. Before I do that though, just want to give some shout outs. We'd like to highly recommend people check out the following streamers in Mita, who has been doing Skyrim as well as Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, Scar, who's been doing Red Dead Redemption 2, Lidus, who does a lot of Mortal Kombat, a lot of retro games in general. He's also a fan of the Street Fighter series. Mr. Gote, who plays games like Banishers, Ghosts of New Eden, as well as the Outlast games, and Gizlek, who is doing a playthrough of Star Wars Outlaws, as well as the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney trilogy. So definitely recommend checking out those streamers if you haven't before. And we're going to go and raid out 2 crocodiles. Here's a general raid message that people can feel free to copy and paste. And I'll put one in chat for subscribers as well. Bada bing, bada boom. There we go. Thank you so much everyone for watching. I really do appreciate it. The next stream you'll see from me will be Tomb Raider Anniversary. Hope everyone has a good one, and catch you next time.